And you'll notice that as far as the warnings go, any other warnings we have are out of our area currently. As we zoom in, I want to go street level to give you an idea of who's under this particular warning. If you, again, are in Charlton, Baker, or Ware counties in the Stanley Landing area currently, even over here towards Sardis Road, Altman Road in the Paxton area, Silver Hill, Colson Road, Doe Bay Road, Ralph Davis Road, you are under this warning. You need to take cover immediately. Country Road 121 and Sunderberg Road, Andrews Road, you will be next with this heavy rain. Connor Nelson Road and Fishhook Road. We are certainly noticing a trend in the heavy activity again up towards Georgia. This warning stretches back to where a lot of this lightning is currently, and some heavy winds there as well. So as you take a look here, pretty desolate area in some parts of this area, but people do live under this warning too in the Sargent area, the Eddy area. Zooming on down here, State Highway 2. As we look here, I do want to show you what we're dealing with as far as what's going on. As we take a look here, we're going to show you that, yeah, more of this could come in. The McClenny area is getting slammed, but the Folkston area, again, could be next. As we zoom in here, I do want to show you exactly what we're dealing with. Let's go ahead and get zoomed into this area, the Homeland area, and you'll see here down 301 and then Highway 1 toward Uptonville, the 2nd Street North area, Indian Trail, down into Newell, Cooper Road, Country Road, and surrounding areas, Firehouse Road. You're seeing heavy rain, and you could be next as far as any of these warnings are concerned. So this is something that we're going to continue to keep an eye on. One thing I do want to point out with our max radar here is that, you know, this squall line is fairly wide. It's starting to break up a little bit down a little further east in Florida, but we're not quite there yet. A great deal of lightning, though, and as we take a look, I do want to show you some of the wind speeds and the gust, because some of the gusts have reached the 40-mile-an-hour range, and the wind speeds at this point are sustained in the 20s. So the gusts are going to get much higher within these particular storms. Now, as we go back to Lynx radar, I'm going to show you exactly what we're dealing with, because surrounding this tornado warning, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. Depending on what the rotation looks like, we could see some major issues here with the rotation starting to form and get a little heavier where the warning could extend itself. So again, this is for Baker, Charlton, and Ware counties in Georgia until 2:15. So Homeland and Folkston, you're just outside of this warning, but it could very easily extend itself. As we go down, yet again, want to mention Branch Head Road, Duck Island Road, Doe Bay Road, all areas that you need to be aware are under this particular warning. And as we take a look, one thing worth noting that we've been talking about all morning is that the squall line as it moves through is followed by a cold front. So as this moves out, you've got to know that cooler air will move in and power outages are going to become very imminent out there. One thing I want you to note too is that I've taken a look at temperatures in these particular areas where these warnings are forming. They're a little warmer than they were earlier this morning, hence we talked about that. The warmer the temperature, the more fuel for the actual storm, and so these warnings are beginning to pop up. Just to reiterate, they're popping up in parts of Georgia, and the system appears to be breaking up slightly in parts of Florida. So if we have any video we want to pull up, we can do that. I'd love to show it because I do think it's very important to show people what's going on with the wind and the storm damage and whatnot with what we've seen. A great deal of rain and lightning out there associated with these particular warnings, and this is what we're dealing with for the time being. Take a look and you'll see that we're dealing with just rain on the roads. And one thing we mentioned that I want to make note of too, this is a wind event, not so much a rain event, okay? I mean, of course, the tidal flooding would be a big deal with the high tide, but the wind is really going to mess with you when you're out there driving today, specifically in the heaviest parts of this particular system. This entire squall line has some severity attached to it, whether it's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. So when you look at the roads over here and you think, okay, let me get out there and drive, I wouldn't do that because, you know, even a normal car, but much more like a transfer truck, is going to blow around those roadways based on these wind gusts. The National Weather Service says, depending on where these warnings pop up, we could easily see wind gusts reaching anywhere from 50 to 80 miles an hour. We certainly have seen gusts upwards of 40 miles an hour in some spots so far.
Casey, let me go ahead and just
please
contribute to what you're saying here. what we're seeing just now on the screen, that's I-10 west of McClenny for perspective. So this is still a little east of that real bad squall that you've been following in terms of the tornado warning, though this is Baker County. We also have Tiffany, who is joining us on her way to Baker County. Tiffany, can you describe to us what you're seeing and where you are? All right.
90 in West Boulevard. So we are in Baker County. We're not traveling at this point. Where we are right now, we are seeing some rain. We're hearing some thunder and just like a few pops of wind. So I have an anemometer here with me measuring the wind speeds. I picked up one that was about 15 miles per hour, but right now there's nothing. So there's not a lot of people on the roads here. The rain is definitely cooling up on the roads right now. It's just been a steady rain here. Of course, it's gray, it's gloomy, and the thunder, we just heard it again. We know Baker County's under a tornado watch until 2:15, but that is north of where we are, west of where we are, towards the Taylor area.
Tiffany, thank you. So that's Tiffany Salome joining us from Baker County. And really, if you're looking at, as you've been tracking here, Katie, this is really, she is east of the bad, portion of this storm at this point.
And it's already very rainy in that area, Jen, but we know the winds, as this squall line moves closer to where she is, will certainly pick up. So we know that also possibly this warning could extend itself, but we were really excited just to get her perspective there and show what's going on in this particular area. Again, Folkston, it does look like, from what I'm looking at right now, there's some heavy potential activity in this particular area that could rev up and potentially create some rotation out of there. So it was good to hear from Tiffany to get a first eye look there. And if you are in the area, you'll want to make sure that you're just being safe. You're in your safe place. Be aware that lightning is a big part of this storm. Again, I can't say this enough. This is not a rain event. This is a wind event. So as we get the winds churning up, that's what's going to contribute to that rotation in this squall line that could potentially create what could become a tornado, hence why the warnings and watches are in place. Along with the severe thunderstorm warnings here, we know that we've got some heavy rain in some spots, not so much in others. But one thing I do want to make a mention of is as these winds fluctuate, they're going to do so past when the squall line gets out of here. So when all of these warnings go away, we're still going to have the winds. So with immense saturation on the ground, uprooted trees, and damage could still be an issue into the overnight hours, and that's one thing you want to take into account too. But again, if you're in Baker, Charlton, or Ware counties, you need to take cover right now. I'm going to step off camera. I want to go street level again just to give you an idea of where this particular storm is. I know it's always a good idea just to get you updated. Here's where some of that heavy lightning is on Branch Head Road toward Harris Road, Duck Island Road. If I am saying the name of your road, you need to take cover immediately. Go to your safe space and make sure that you are in a spot with no windows or doors, maybe a bathroom or something, and on the first floor of your home. Some of these areas are desolate, some not so much, depending on what part you're in. But as I zoom down, I do want to show you here Eddy Road, State Highway 2, and we're looking ahead here at, let's see if I can zoom it over here for you, Country Road 127. We're looking at the Pontiac area, and then as we zoom up into Milton Break, that's where we're certainly starting to see some of these showers get a little heavier. So my point to it is this: we're not near done. We have these warnings. Janice, I think you were talking about this, where, these warnings pop up. We see the rotation decrease. We see the winds decrease. It does not mean the squall line won't increase. But I do want to zoom out because I know we talked about this too, where if you guys are looking at your screen, and I hope you are, it is starting to break up more down in Florida, as we talked about. I do think the cell right over here in Lake City, I'll zoom down and show you, has potential to amp up here for us in the White Springs area. But really, it's right up here toward the Folkston area where we're seeing the heaviest of the line coming through currently. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Let's see if we can pull up a graphic maybe of how to stay safe in a tornado. I talked with a producer about that earlier. We could show that for everybody to see. I think it's going to be a really important thing if anybody has questions or maybe they're getting their kits ready as we watch for the squall line to continue to develop. I guess we don't have that, and that's okay. But again, this warning does cover a lot of ground here toward the Hilliard area too, but yet I do think Hilliard is in better shape than, say, Folkston is. And so this is something that we're going to continue to watch as we get through the day. This again expires at 2:15 This warning on top of severe thunderstorm warnings and wind advisories, just very, very heavy winds right now. Let's take a look at the sustained winds, if you will. And one thing that I want you to remember is bridges do not shut down unless sustained winds are at 40 miles an hour. Right now, the sustained winds are in the teens and the 20s. But again, the National Weather Service indicates that gusts could reach tropical storm force or hurricane force out there. Let's give you an idea of the power outages if we can, just to see what's going on there so far as we look back, because I think this is going to be really important as we get you started. So you're going to notice that today, just as of now, 2 o'clock, as we look at the power outages, they go anywhere from isolated to pretty scattered in this particular vicinity, because this is where the warning could potentially be headed toward. It's just behind Fargo at this point, so we are starting to see more of those scattered power outages associated with this particular warning within this squall line. Now, you'll see down in Lake City and potentially in the Stark area, more power outages could be possible, but up here in Waycross, they're not as heavy. Still, though, a good chunk of people without power, and what I want you to remember is, as this cold front comes in and pushes the squall line out, we've said this all morning, but colder air is going to come in behind it. And so you could have a very, very chilly night if you don't have power. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm going to toss it to Mark Collins.
Yeah. Hey, we're watching this severe thunderstorm. Folkston, you are in the worst spot for all of these thunderstorms right now, because that is where your tornado warning is covering your area. And when I pull up the radar, we're going to get ahead and start tracking this particular thunderstorm. And a couple things to note. When you're looking at the radar, you look for the bows. You see how this segment is actually bowing out. That's where the strongest winds are, aiming towards Folkston. Another thing to look at is, where is the lightning concentrating? You can see quite a bit of lightning right now in Folkston. So that's where we're seeing the most strongest storm in the area at the moment. So this is a tornado warning for another 15 minutes or another 10 minutes. It expires at 2:15. The back edge is dropping off. So for those of you that are west of Folkston, you're out of the woods for some severe weather. Let me find, I'm just jumping into this, so I need to get the correct clicker, and we will pull up the radar. And for now, Duval is not under any severe weather threats, but that will likely change over the next hour. By 3 o'clock, we're expecting the most intense part of the storm to come through. Now, since this is moving at 70 miles per hour, 50 to 70 miles per hour off towards the east, this is going to be moving off the coastline by around 3:30 to 4 in southern Georgia. So let's put a track on it just to give you some perspective, because in the next 45 minutes, this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is going to be over the I-95 corridor. So right now, as we put a track on this, it is moving basically at about 50 miles an hour. So as we draw this out, we can see some of the areas that will be impacted in the path of this storm. And here you can see some of the communities like Mays Bluff over the next 6 minutes, the potential for rotating damaging winds, and then towards Clark's Bluff over the next 11 minutes. So those of you that are in southern Georgia underneath this tornado warning, this is moving very quickly, and even if there's not rotation, just the fact that it's moving at about 50 miles per hour could put those straight line winds above the typical thunderstorm, with likely reaching severe thresholds. So,
Mark, you're looking at live images right now of Baker County.
Okay, so Baker County is under a severe thunderstorm. Let's go back down to Baker County. And as I pull up the map and zoom in to that area, there's not the type of high winds that we're seeing just to the north. So there's McClenny, you're getting steady rain. Let's go ahead and take a look at those high winds by using what's called the shear tracker. And one thing is that the darker shades of green represent where the strongest part of the tornado has moved. So it's moving from southwest to northeast. And when you compare that to the darker shades of green and red, where the tornado warning is, you can see the magnitudes of difference. So the storm that has moved through Baker County was not as strong as the one that we're tracking in Folkston, because you can see these shear markers which show where the highest winds are here, these little swaths of red. that is a hallmark of a severe thunderstorm. And there is the potential for some rotation into the Folkston area. So when we get down real close into Folkston, this is the area where we're seeing the highest winds. And that is why that area, thank you for making it bigger. So now I can see what's going on. All right, so here in Folkston, I'm gonna try to get down into street level, and right there is Highway 1. So the strongest winds are about ready to move into Highway 1 between Boulogne and Folkston, just south of Folkston. And here when we put the radar on top of this, we can see that there is this bowing segment here. You can see how the section kind of bows out. This is where we're probably getting the highest winds coming through in that area. We can look at the wind speeds. The Doppler radar can kind of give you a sense of how strong some of those winds are getting. And 34 to a little bit higher speeds. But right here where we have these different colors, that's where we have the strongest winds. And again, the shear marker, if I put my finger there, you can see how the red, so right here, just south of Folkston, is where we may have the most damaging winds. And once it gets past Highway 1, it's going to be moving more towards the Woodbine area if we extrapolate that out. So how soon does it get into Woodbine? Let's go ahead and take this storm from Folkston and bring it through the Woodbine area. If it's moving at about 55 miles per hour, those of you that are out towards Bullhead Bluff over the next 12 minutes and Scarlet, and you can see that probably within the next 20 minutes, the storm is going to be there in the Woodbine area. All right, so I'm talking about the most intense storm right now. Let's go ahead and take a look down in Duval County, and for those folks, kind of just give you an idea of how soon the weather is going to go downhill in Duval County. So fortunately, I'm not seeing this type of severe aspects to this squall line. It's actually becoming a bit more fragmented, but when we take a look at lightning concentration, my eyes kind of drawn to this area here south of Lake City over High Springs. So this is more aiming towards Stark. So let's give you a kind of a heads up when the weather is going to get a little bit worse there in Stark. So for those of you in Stark, in 27 minutes, you could see some severe winds coming through your area in Stark. So watch out there over the next half hour. The weather is going to actually get worse for those of you in Stark. The leading edge of this lighter rain is now in Middleburg, working into western Duval. We're not seeing any real severe weather on the leading edge, but where the lightning has been more intense is on the back edge. And my concern is that where we're getting a little bit more heating in Palatka and southern Clay County up into Orange Park, we'll probably see the weather get the most intense around 3 to 4 o'clock this afternoon. So within the next 45 minutes, areas in Clay County will be filling in with some of these winds that could approach 50 to 60 miles per hour. But again, we're not seeing a lot of lightning, no big smoking guns at the moment, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning now for those areas in Clay County, for that one cell in High Springs that is going to be coming through southern Clay and impacting areas around Bradford County, around Stark. So those of you in Stark, watch out for that one storm that I just pointed out, because let me clear that out and go back up into the one tornadic cell and see if there's an update on this box. And okay, cleared that out. So it looks like right now, those of you in Folkston, you'd likely be getting damage if there is any type of a tornado in there. This is going to be moving past Folkston. You're in the peak of the storm as we speak right now in Charlton County. Hilliard, you've had some very heavy rain come through your area. Looks like the most intense part of the storm is missing you, but back out to your west, there's still some very heavy rain that's going to come through, about an inch, 1 to 2 inches of rain, and all likelihood is going to be coming through the Folkston area. All right, so down towards McClenny, you're seeing steady rains there. Back along the coast, we've yet to get into the worst of the weather. Between 3 and 4 o'clock, we'll see that coming in towards Jacksonville Beach. Those of you in Georgia, after about 4:30, most of this weather is going to be off the coast, so you're going to be clearing out first, although you're getting the most severe weather here before the rest of us. So back to the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado in Charlton County. A tornado warning goes in effect until 2:15, so we should see this expire here pretty soon. And I'm going to be waiting for that. There we go. So that is done. The tornado warning has expired in Folkston, but nonetheless, rotating storms, straight line winds, it's all going to be very dangerous here for the next hour across southern Georgia. So to summarize, there was a tornado warning that has now expired in Charleston County. You're still under this severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado watch until 6 o'clock. That will likely expire a little bit before 6, but we could see in our southern areas, the tornado watch continue until 6 o'clock. So Jen, good news is that that tornado warning has expired, but I would expect to see more brief spin-ups, and I will be back when the next tornado warning is posted.
Thank you, Mark. And we, of course, will continue to follow the severe weather moving through our area, so stay with us here on air. If there is another warning, we will certainly bring it to you, and we have constant updates online as well. Another update at the top of the hour.
Stay with the local station on TV, on the go, and online at news4jax.com for new developments on this breaking news alert.
shooting real high up, so we might actually have some type of circulation down at the ground. This particular storm is moving very quickly off towards the northeast at a rapid pace. So let's put this into the Gainesville area and give you a timeline on the storm moving through Gainesville. It's not showing up on, let's draw that again and see if we can actually get Gainesville to show up on the tracker. Those of you in Levy County, you're really under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's more like the Alachua County area that is seeing the rotation. So you can see every little small community. When I grew up, I grew up there in Levy County. I don't even recognize some of those really small areas. But anyways, let's go ahead and clean this up a bit more. There you go. And you can see that the threats are west of the I-75 corridor, where we're probably having some rotation in that storm. Further beyond that, out towards the Gulf of Mexico along US 19, this is a severe thunderstorm there. You can see a lot of bolts of lightning coming down. And there in the Gainesville area is the one cell that might have some rotation in it. For those of you around Clay County, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. All this rain is going to be severe. So let's just get that across. What is a severe thunderstorm? Winds at 58 miles per hour, hail of 1 inch. Although hail within the system hasn't really shown up. It's just those straight line winds. And that's going to be a factor for causing some damage around your area. Back up here into southern Georgia, where there is a tornado warning in Camden County for 3:15. This one is more threatening for those of you that are in Camden County right now, because this particular cell actually looks like it does have a little bit of rotation in it. It's moving away from Woodbine and it's pushing towards Glenn County right now. And for those of you that are in Camden County, trying to get real close to see if any little communities pop up. So it might be over the rural locations over Cumberland Island. But there's St. Simon's Island, and you've got some really high winds set to move into your area. Right now, Brunswick, you're seeing the most intense part of this storm, although the rotating part of it is going to be pushing just to your south of Brunswick. And again, let's go ahead and take a look at the shear in there, which would show a better opportunity for kind of diagnosing where there could be some rotating winds. And that would be from Woodbine towards areas just south of St. Simon's Island. So those of you in Jekyll Island, watch out for that because you could see some rotating winds coming in along South Riverside Drive in that area. So right there along the Camden-Glenn County line, this is the cell that was tornadic out over the areas around the Okefenokee Swamp when it came through Folkston with rotation, and now it's fired up again, and it looks like a lot of lightning coming down in Brunswick. Those of you in Brunswick, it looks like you're getting those high winds, probably 50, 60 miles per hour, but just south of you is this area of rotating thunderstorms, and it's just now moving over the Sound. So this is going to be pushing across the northern tip of Cumberland Island, and a lot of heavy rains, high winds coming in through Brunswick, but the tornado warning is just to the south there. Also, Amelia Island underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. So over the next half hour to 40 minutes, this worst of the weather is going to be moving off the coastline. So you have at least another 45 minutes of intense rain. And here, just between McClenny and Hilliard, is the strongest part of the thunderstorm, which is moving into western Duval. So again, putting a track on this cell. This is not tornadic, but there are some bowing segments where we probably have some of the highest winds. So I'll track from that spot and bring it into the west side here. So for those of you in Briceville, expect to be braced for very high winds in the next 19 minutes. And then into a little like the Maddox area along Highway 301 over the next 10 to 11 minutes. So over the next half hour to 45 minutes, weather going downhill on the west side. And this is going to be the strongest part of this storm. We've been talking about it for days, and we're really looking at just 15 to 30 minutes of intense rain and winds. It's not going to last very long, but it is going to be a real tree shaker as this cell comes through. All right, so back down to the Alachua County, just to give you an update on that as soon as I clear this out. There we go, make it a little cleaner for you. Back into Alachua County. So this is a tornado warning for Alachua County, but it will likely hold together in some form of severity as it pushes into areas around Bradford County. So those of you in Stark seeing the heavy rain, but the higher winds are still back toward the west. And here you can see it's areas around Booker and into Union County. This is where we're probably getting a lot of heavy rain and high winds coming into areas around Booker. And let's see if we can get a lusty to pop up on this map just so I can get orientated for you. There's Lake Butler. So that's a pretty good town as a reference spot just to the west of Stark. And so those of you that are in Lake Butler, this area of red here, these are the higher winds and the heavier rain. Let's try to put a timeline on this coming into the Lake Butler area here. And let's see, there we go. So in Lake Butler over the next 15 to 17 minutes, you'll probably see the worst of this entire squall line coming there into Union and Bradford County. Into Stark, let's put another track on that because I want to give you a timeline as to when the weather should start to get the worst in Stark. And we'll see that over the next 15 minutes. So after a half hour, say by 3:15, 3:30, areas along the Highway 301 corridor will see improvements, but you've got the next half hour to be braced for the worst of this squall line coming through those western areas. All right, so back out to that tornado warning in Alachua County. That's going to hold together and push into Bradford and western sections of Clay County. All of the rain that you see here in Clay in through Duval County is a severe thunderstorm. Winds will likely get to 60 miles per hour. Heavy rain is possible. And then finally, just south of Brunswick is another tornado warning. This one, there's less lightning. It's on the coast near northern tip of Cumberland Island. That's set to move off the coastline. So those of you that are watching us here in Camden and Glenn County, this is the worst of the weather as we're speaking right now. Yeah. That's a tornado warning that goes until 3:15, but it's going to be off the coast
and Mark,
before that.
Mark, I'm just cutting in here because, we've got an image there on the left side of the screen, and one of the tornado warnings is in Alachua County. If you on the map can head back that direction. What you're looking at in that video is from the Department of Transportation. Their cameras there on I-75 in Alachua County. But this is one of those areas right now outside Gainesville where, Mark, you're saying that's where some of those cells are moving through.
Right. So those of you that are watching us in Gainesville, maybe on a cable channel that can actually receive us, you're seeing the meat of the storm right now. This is around Archer, up through the Newberry area. You're starting to see some improvements, but south of Archer, as we get down into Levy County, there's Williston, and you can see from Bronson and back towards Chiefland there along Highway 27. Chiefland there in Bronson in the central portions of Levy County. There's Chiefland. You're seeing some improvements, but this is all moving back towards Williston, and that's the first stop off before it works back into Micanopy over Prains Prairie along US 441. And the storms have been really strong coming in off the Gulf of Mexico because there hasn't been a lot of shear to weaken these storms down towards Levy County. There have been several reports of tornado warnings in that area issued by the Tampa Bay Weather Service office. But right here in Jacksonville, our folks are watching this one thunderstorm near Gainesville that might have some rotation. And then finally, the one closer to Brunswick. There you can see that we're actually now getting a cylinder, which is a hallmark of a tornado warning right there. So when we see these cylinders pop up, That's an indication that there is confirmed rotation. And right here is where we're probably getting some very high winds on the very southern tip now. Looks like Jekyll Island. So earlier I was talking about South Riverview Drive. This is where you probably want to seek shelter. If you're watching us and you're on South Riverside Drive, this is a Doppler indicated tornado coming through your area right now as we speak. And when we take a look at the shear markers, which really cleans up the view of where the highest winds are, when you see this swath right here, this is where we're getting the highest winds. It has a history of wind damage between Hilliard and Folkston, and now it's just tracking south of Brunswick. And we're seeing on the Doppler some signs of rotation right here into Camden or into Glenn County. So,
Mark, if you can, just to explain that image that you're looking at there. I think this is really fascinating. So you said that it cleaned up. What are we seeing versus what you just took away from the map? This is
so
incredible.
What I'm going to show you is what the rain looks like. So this is an overall view here, right?
Yeah.
Now, when we see a bow in this thunderstorm, that is the upper level winds coming down and pushing out the echo. It's actually the high winds coming down, hitting the surface and bending the storm out. And notice that matches up very closely with the rotating winds. So we're getting those strong winds coming down from aloft, causing trees to topple down. And then when you see this swath, this is more confirmation that there's some severe weather here. Whether or not it's rotating or straight line, there's pretty good indications that there is some rotation, since we're seeing the computer algorithm depicting what's called a mesocyclone, or rotating winds. So this is the worst it's going to get here, and you're probably getting some damage now for those of you on Jekyll Island around South Riverview Drive. Everything that I can see is confirming that there is a rotating thunderstorm and the possible tornado. Another thing that we can look at is the wind speeds, and when you see the green and the reds, there's the rotation. So red is outbound winds. The airport is where the radar's at. So these are winds moving away from the airport. The green are winds coming back towards the airport. And when you see that on the radar, there's the rotation over Jekyll Island. That is even more confirmation that there's a tornado now in the Jekyll Island area. So St. Simon's Island down through Jekyll Island, this is ground zero for where we're likely seeing a tornado now. If you're watching us, you want to find yourselves in a safe room, and that would be in the northeastern side of your house, in the middle of the room, away from windows. Winds are going to be coming up from the south and southwest. That's why the western side of your home would likely be the more precarious spot to be.
And so on this camera, this is from Jekyll Island.
So that's where we're probably seeing the most damage right now. It would be nice if we could kind of see movement on there, but to get a sense of how bad those winds are. But when we look at this model, we can kind of actually get a sense of some of those wind speeds here. These are aloft, getting winds at like 38 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and take a look at the base velocity. And I'm just waiting for this. I want to see this get off the coastline, because right now it looks really bad for those folks in Jekyll Island. So you can kind of make out, let's go back to the radar. So here's the south end of the island, all that heavy rain coming through there. We talked about this storm having a history of wind damage from Folkston, and now it's moving off the coast. So Kent, we were talking about the bows here. There's another little section that's bowing out, but this is right there on the coast of the Golden Isles area, and you can see all the lightning coming down there. That's an indication too that the storm is quite strong. So this section back towards Hilliard stretches into the Charlton County areas of the Okefenokee Swamp. Not as much lightning as the one tornadic cell to the north. And then down here over Gainesville, You can see that along Highway 441, right through the university town there, that's where we're getting the heavy rains there. This again is a tornado warning until 3 o'clock in Alachua County. Beyond that, there's severe aspects to the thunderstorms in Keystone Heights. So let's just get a sense of a timeline, since the storm is a little bit stronger southwest of Stark. How soon would the heaviest part of the storm get into Stark? Let's take a look here and draw this. Since these are moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour, we'll use that as a timeline. And in the next 18 minutes, the worst part of this storm is going to be pushing into Waldo and then up into Stark and the Lottie area. So back here is what we call a squall line. It's a very linear type of thunderstorm that can pack a lot of strong straight line winds. But within the squall line, occasionally you get these little rotating pockets of the storms that are tornadic. And that's what we're seeing along this entire line. Notice how long it stretches all the way from the Gulf of Mexico up into southern Georgia. There'll be these smaller discrete echoes that have rotation. And I would expect to see a greater threat for tornadoes between Stark and Palatka here as we approach, say, over the next hour. So from 3 to 4 o'clock, 4:30, this area that's been heating up is still prime for more volatile type of weather versus areas up towards Lake City, back towards inland Georgia. Your atmosphere has been worked over. You're not as unstable as earlier. And so for those of you in Folkston, you just had some real significant rainfall, some heavy gully washers coming through, but the rain is going to be easing. You're going to continue to see some steady rains back into your area, but the severe weather is over in Folkston. Even though this is still a severe thunderstorm warning, that is now working back towards Kingsland, where you could see some high winds and some severe weather, and also into the Hilliard area. Back into Duval, let's just touch bases here and give you an update on this storm. I'm going to try to get in really close here because we've got the heavier part of this rain in McClenny. This is going to be building into Jacksonville over the next hour. So from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, we're going to see the weather go downhill. We'll probably get some winds gusting over 50 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour is very possible. And we're seeing the rain get heavier now in the Orange Park area of northern Clay County. So like I've been saying, I think south of Jacksonville, we still have a more conducive environment for more damaging weather than, say, Duval proper. But I can't say that until this rain that's right here along Highway 301 moves through Jacksonville, and that's going to be at least another hour. So again, this is areas from McClenny down to Stark. This is the strongest part of the squall line, and we still have an hour to go here in Jacksonville before we can signal the all clear sign. Getting closer to the all clear sign in the areas around St. Simon's Island, but there's still that tornado warning in effect. And here's another section, a hook. A hook echo is a return that we see, and it shows where the vortex could be, where the tornado could be. This is something that is a classic textbook example of a tornado in like Oklahoma, the hook echo effect. So when I see this, my eyes immediately drawn to that. I want to rule out whether it is a tornado or not. And if we see a couplet match up to that hook echo, that would be confirmation that there is a tornado in that area. And I would see a red and a green couplet. I'm not seeing that. So we're probably not seeing a true hook echo in that particular storm section there. So I think that's good news there. A little bit less threat of a tornado in there, but let's just take a look. I'm seeing some dark shades of red, which means that there's probably some really high winds in there. We'll query those winds speeds to get a sense of just how strong those winds are. Okay, so now that I got that, 27. So I've seen much higher winds than that. So I'm ruling that out as a tornado right there in that section. So I think that based on the tools that we have here, there's probably some high winds in there, and now the warning has been shifted off for mariners in Glenn County. So as this thunderstorm rolls off, you could likely see water spouts there as it moves away from St. Simon's Island and the Golden Isles area of Georgia. So back here to this first tornado warning that is in Alachua County. It's right there along Highway 301, back towards where it meets up with 232 in the Gainesville area. This is where the warning is in effect for Alachua County until 3:15. So we've got another 13 minutes of this particular storm and the threats for some damaging winds in central Alachua County. Duval County right now, we haven't seen the worst of the weather yet. That's still imminent over the next hour. The weather is going to be going downhill. Right now, it's the steady rains, the winds between 20 and 30 miles per hour within this area of red, which is right here over McClenny down through Stark. That's where those higher winds are. So this is still about 30 to 60 miles away. We can see just how far away from downtown Jacksonville that weather is, and it's about 25 miles away from Jacksonville. For those of you in Middleburg, the severest part of this squall line is just 10 miles away, so it's imminent for those of you in Middleburg. From Jacksonville Beach, this storm is still a pretty good ways away. So 45 miles away, this whole line is moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that puts you at under an hour now in Jacksonville Beach for the worst part of the day's weather to reach you on the coast. And when we actually look at this squall, let's go ahead and kind of take this to Jacksonville Beach and give you an idea of when it could be moving through these communities. So basically, there's too many towns in the way to get me a true reading of the timeline there on Jacksonville Beach. But I would say within the next 40 minutes, the heaviest part of the storm is going to be back onto the beach. All right, so let's clean that up and show you the bigger view here. And when we loop this...
Mark, can I ask you a question here? So as we're looking at that and you're talking about how these storms are coming across, obviously moving to the east there, how fast are these storms moving?
The individual storms are moving at 60 miles per hour. That's some of the faster storms that I've seen.
Well, you just when you were tracking that, I thought, oh, is that right? Can it be moving that fast? That seems like a storm's moving pretty fast if it's doing that. Right?
It is. It's much faster than a typical pace of, say, 15 to 20 miles per hour. The reason why these storms are so volatile is because we have, the winds aloft, which are usually 50, 60 miles per hour. The jet stream blows at 200 miles per hour. But say 5,000 feet off the ground, we have what's called a low-level jet, and those winds can be 50, 60 miles per hour. When that low-level jet is strong, it channels those winds down to the ground, but that's what's steering all these storms. Those upper-level winds are blowing so fast that it's pushing these thunderstorms our way at a very fast clip. And so that's why when we were able to predict the severe weather a couple days in advance, it's because sometimes these winter type storms are a little bit easier to predict than say the pop-up summer storms. They can pop up, they last for like 45 minutes and then they collapse and then it's all over. Yeah. There's some structure to this line. This doesn't look like a typical summer thunderstorm. Right. It's very organized. And these are sometimes easier to predict, and that's why schools were canceled or allowed to depart or end earlier than normal because of the accuracy of this prediction. Okay, so this is the squall line. It's a very linear storm, and right now, Stark, you're seeing the worst it's going to get all day long. So if you can weather this storm over the next 15 to 20 minutes, the worst will be behind you. For those of you in McClenny, it's still coming down pretty good, but the worst is behind you. In fact, it has moved off to the east. Baldwin, the worst is coming your way over the next 5 minutes. You're going to get some heavy rain and high winds coming in, but not much lightning there, so that's good news. Again, remember, when you see the lightning pulse, there's usually some strengthening of the storm, and we're seeing that here in Gainesville, where we're having all that lightning come through. But that tornado warning has expired now in Alachua County, so that's good news. But again, this area in the south and to southern Clay, Putnam counties, back through Flagler County, this is the area we need to watch through 3:30 to 4:30 for some rotating storms. Back up to Georgia, let's just see what's happening with that tornado warning that is right now moving away from Brunswick. And when we take a look at this storm, it looks like it's all off the coastline. So that's good news there. Not a lot of lightning with this particular thunderstorm as this moves through. So that is now a marine concern for folks in Georgia, as you are actually getting into the less severe part of this entire squall line. So from here on out, Brunswick, Waycross, the threats for severe weather is over with. Folkston, you are no longer under severe weather. That's it for your heavy rain and high winds. Folkston, you probably, from what I've seen this afternoon, have really taken it on the chin here with that thunderstorm that is now to your east. That was probably the strongest storm that we've seen. And going back to what Ken and I were talking about, the shear products, there you can see out of all of the storms that have come through, where do these streaks of red show up? Right there through Folkston. So that was the strongest storm that we've seen this afternoon. Come just south of Folkston, threading the needle between Folkston and Hilliard. And then again, that tornado warning that came right through southern Georgia. So that was the path of the most intense weather that we've seen all afternoon here in our area. And those of you in Hilliard, you're seeing the heavy rains right now, probably some winds getting up to around 50 to 60 miles per hour. And right now in Jacksonville, the rain is becoming increasingly steady. But for those of you in Gainesville, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, heavy rains coming through. And right now that is the story as far as the severe weather into your area. So Kent, now that this tornado warning is covering the fish, I think we can wrap that up. And we're going to be watching this because, like I said, I'm probably going to be back over the next hour talking about these zones to our south.
And Mark, before we wrap it up, so this is tornado warning. This is when we stay on the air and when we guide you through what's happening there. Tornado watches, those are still in effect in various places. Are we likely to see these tornado warnings in the counties just ahead and to the east where these storms are moving, Duval, et cetera?
This area south of Duval County. So those of you in Palatka, down through Flagler Beach, and even to the Walaka area around Lake George. This squall line over the next hour is going to be moving in, and that's when you're going to see the worst weather. So I'm going to watch very diligently any type of signs of rotation. I'll be back on the air if I see that. Again, I'm watching these Boeing segments for any rotation, possible tornadoes there. The watch means conditions are right for tornadoes. Not that one is happening right now, but that watch in effect until 6 o'clock. We'll probably see that expire maybe an hour or two earlier. Once this line goes through, that's when we will see the worst of the weather come to pass. So we got to get through that line, and then we can signal the okay, clear sign. But for now, we've got another hour of rocky weather in those southern areas.
Yeah, and so one of the things we're showing you here on the left is this is Interstate 95 southbound. Can you give me near Phillips Highway? Okay, so kind of the bottom of the outer belt and 295 there in Jacksonville. But obviously lots of rain right there. And it's not that we haven't seen rain or wind, but obviously with what Mark is showing us and the Weather Authority is keeping us up to date on, that severe weather is what's highlighted in those flashing boxes right there that we're trying to keep an eye on. And by the way, hopefully you've seen this, but this Weather Authority Alert Day, this is why. And we've been on the air since this morning at 4:30. Katie Garner's been here. Janice Harris is here alongside Mark Collins. Our chief meteorologist, Richard Nunn, has been in today. Obviously, a lot of attention focused on this so we can help keep you safe. And Mark, I appreciate what you were saying earlier when we were talking about Jekyll Island, that Brunswick area where you can, using our technology, see where the potential is highest for tornadic activity and where people need to heed the warnings and seek shelter and make sure that you're trying to stay safe in the face of a storm like this.
Definitely that area around Jekyll Island was probably the worst of what I've seen out of this whole line. And we'll probably get some crews out there because there was in Glenn County a confirmed waterspout was located offshore St. Simon's Island. So when I was showing that cylinder, that gave me a lot of confidence that I was seeing a tornado there. So if people were seeing a waterspout, then that's what we were tracking. We were tracking a confirmed tornado there. So I'm only as good as the tools. The tools don't basically provide the ground truth that eyeballs would out there.
That's why we'll send them. That's why we'll send people out.
Yeah.
We get the eyeballs on the scene there. For
all
sure.
I could do is tell people to, get inside and get to that area in the northeastern part of your house, and hopefully that saved lives.
Yeah. Mark, so this Glenn County tornado warning is until 3:15, so we're only 2 minutes away from that. But as it expires, the most intense stuff looks like it's already off the coast.
Yeah, that's right. So no one's being hit by a tornado right now because it's out over the ocean. So, technically the warning goes until 3:15, but it's out over the ocean. So you can say that the threat is over now.
All right, so I'm going to get some clarification here, but we want to make sure that we're on air and here for you during a tornado warning, but that as this gets ready to expire, obviously, Mark and the team, everybody is here watching for is there a new warning that's going to be posted or issued out of this, so we'll keep watching that for you. And you got to appreciate the track and zoom features here, being able to zoom in even to neighborhoods. Incredible, Mark, for you to be able to tell us, hey, on this street right now, in St. Simon's, that's where you should be, taking cover and that sort of thing. So
it is very helpful to have these type of Doppler tools there. And as we zoom in very closely, you can see that the red is all off the coast there. So unfortunately,
great news.
That area, St. Simon's Island, Jekyll Island, probably had a tornado come through your area. But hopefully, we were able to give people enough heads up as this line and this tornado came through the Folkston area and then held together. Hopefully you got the word and we're safe. Again, the areas that will be under the threat for additional risks in Clay County, areas around Middleburg down through Alachua County, we're probably going to get some really high winds coming out of this thunderstorm. So to summarize, right now the strongest thunderstorm is moving east of Gainesville. The worst weather has already moved through Gainesville. And so those of you in Keystone Heights, be prepared because this is a severe thunderstorm, and the weather in Keystone Heights, as we draw this out, let's try to give you a time frame. The worst weather is going to hit between 5 and 8 minutes from now. So don't be surprised if you've got some trash cans that are still out there, they're going to be blowing, and hopefully you don't get a lot of damage, but over the next 5 to 8 minutes in Keystone Heights, that's when the worst weather is moving into your area there in Clay County. Stark, I can say that the rain is coming down heavy, but it is now moving east of Highway 301. So if you live in Stark and you're right there on that highway, the weather is going to be improving. But out towards Camp Blanding, the weather is getting heavier as we speak. It is really coming down over Kingsley Lake. It's just raining buckets there, but not a lot of lightning. So probably gusty winds, but this whole line is a severe thunderstorm warning. And so those of you that are under this warning, you could see some winds easily getting to like 50 and 60 miles per hour within that severe warning there. And that just, this whole line is going to be severe, and all of North Florida is going to have at least a half hour of a severe thunderstorm rolling through your area. So those of you in Duval County, right now the storm is in the western sections of the county, It's going to be getting worse as we speak, but by 4 o'clock, I would say the worst weather is going to be on the beach. And again, when we put a track on this line, moving between 50 and 60 miles per hour, that's going to be right there at places like Black Hammock within the next 40 to 50 minutes. So Jacksonville Heights, you're basically getting pounded right now through the Dinsmore and Marietta area. Just on the western sections of Duval County, the worst weather is moving in as we speak. And like I said, there are no active tornado warnings in our area. They're down in Marion County or Ocala. And Kent, like I said, now that there's a tornado warning just south of our viewing area, I think that's my concern, is that I'm gonna be back here within the next hour covering some tornadoes working into Clay and Putnam County. So unfortunately, I'll probably see you very shortly.
All right, so what we know at this point, the tornado warning that was in our area has expired. We continue to watch this, like Mark is talking about right here. And then I'm going to get some guidance. Are we going to stay on? Or are we going to say goodbye? Because, so we're wrapping up here for now. Here's our assurance to you. If we need to, we will interrupt programming again and get on so you know exactly what's happening, any threats to your safety, because we want to be right there with you. For now, we're going to go back to regular programming. Don't forget, we've got News for Jax at 4 coming up, and we'll be back on air live if we need to be.
Stay with the local station on TV, on the go, and online at news4jax.com for new developments on this breaking news alert.
In Interlochen, you're hearing a lot of lightning, quite a lot of thunder coming through at the moment. Those winds will likely start to subside over the next 10 minutes in those areas. But for those of you, no, I'm going to stick to Weather 1 right now and just deal with this here. All right, back towards Duval County right now. This is not anything that really is standing out. You're under a severe thunderstorm, but those heavy rains are much more intense around Penny Farms and down through Interlochen and Hawthorne, where we're underneath a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock. So unlike the storm that has moved off of Glenn County, right now we're not seeing a great deal of rotation here, but since it's so far from Jacksonville, it might be rotation that is aloft and it's not a complete smoking gun, but there's probably some winds coming in. Let's just take a look here. Right now we're seeing 40-mile-per-hour winds and 45-mile-per-hour winds, enough to cause some minor tree limb damage. Those winds are going to be moving into the State Road 20 corridor here and eventually pushing up towards Highway 100, which moves right into downtown Palatka. So if we were to put an idea on how far away from Palatka the worst of the weather is, it's about 16 miles to your west, where we're seeing those really high winds and the heavy rains, which will be moving towards Palatka. So here you can see in some of the rural locations of Putnam County is where we're underneath this tornado warning. And this entire southern segment of the squall line has the potential for more severe weather than what we're seeing around Jacksonville. Just notice a handful of lightning strikes across the area in Jacksonville, but down to our south, there's much more numerous bolts coming down, and this is the stronger part of the squall line, which is blowing through Interlochen as we speak. So right there along 20 and west of Palatka is where we could see some rotating winds. If you're watching us in this area, you may want to find a safe shelter. Some spots that are away from windows in your home, especially if you're in Manville or St. Francis Street. This is along County Road 315 in Putnam County, and where that meets up with Highway 20 is we're probably getting some heavy rains and a lot of lightning coming down and some high winds. Right here is a community that looks pretty densely populated. You can see as we zoom in really tight, this is north of State Road 20. Some of these streets like Ida Boulevard and Boundary Road, Terrell Street, these are areas west of Palatka and north of Hunter Road between Hollister and Manville and Putnam County. That's where you have the potential for seeing some rotating winds and some damage within this particular thunderstorm that is indicated as having some rotation in that storm. This is a storm that is moving very quickly at 55 miles per hour, so it's going to be on your doorstep in Palatka very quickly as this moves towards Highway 17 in through central Putnam County. So it's going to be moving back towards Palatka here over the next 17 minutes. So between now and say 4 o'clock, weather really starting to go downhill in Palatka. So when we take a look at the radar, you can see those of you in Palatka are seeing the steady rain, but it's much worse to your west. And by 4 o'clock, that weather is going to start getting even more intense in Palatka as we speak. We've had a history with the squall line of rotating winds in it. Some of these straight line winds are still severe in areas where we had a confirmed observed waterspout in the St. Simons Jekyll Island area. Right now the rain is very heavy, but there's no rotation in that heavy range. Some high winds coming in through Camden County and up into Glenn County. In Duval County, just seeing one lightning strike right now, actually 4 strikes. As we zoom into the north side, there was a thunderstorm strike, a lightning strike along Heckscher Road, and down around Jacksonville right now, it's a pretty quiet storm. Other than the winds blowing out there, there's not a lot of thunder within this heavy rain coming through. Fruit Cove, northwestern St. Johns County, you're seeing the worst of it right now. So let me take this tornado warning off there so you're not confused. There is no tornado warning in Fruit Cove or northern St. Johns County, but the rain is very heavy. And this is as bad as it's going to get right now in the Switzerland and Fruit Cove area. Nocatee, the worst weather has not moved into your area just yet, but it will. As we put this track through there, you can expect to see some of the winds in the Clarksville area and around Nocatee to pick up in intensity and heavy rainfall coverage pretty soon here. Over the next 10 minutes, that heavy rain is going to be increasing in coverage in Nocatee and Penny Farms. You're seeing the heavy rain, but very little in the way of lightning. So we're going to focus now on these southern areas because this is where the weather is worse right now. And there could be some rotation within the thunderstorm as it moves towards Interlaken. This is something that we've seen play out where you get these storms that are holding together with high winds. High winds are the big problem with this squall line. Not so much hail, but rain, around 1 to 2 inches of rain. Here you can see the Rodman Dam right there along the Okalawaha Canal where it moves into the St. Johns River. So the highest winds are riding between the Rodman Reserve and Highway 20. So those of you in Interlaken and perhaps even into the Penny Farms area could see some of these higher winds coming into your area here pretty soon. So around Penny Farms, actually, I'm seeing some of the higher winds right now showing up here around Pass Station and Green Cove Springs. So let's go ahead and show you the radar because those of you in Green Cove Springs within the next 5 minutes, you've got some real heavy rain coming through your area and some gusty straight line winds. There's not any concern for tornadoes in Green Cove Springs or Penny Farms, but this is the area where the high winds are coming through and the heavy rains. You're going to see the worst of the day's weather over the next 10 to 15 minutes moving in through that section of Clay County, central Clay County, before it pushes over into northwestern St. Johns County. Let's talk about Jacksonville right now because we're getting the worst weather here in Jacksonville. This is the heaviest rain, and it's just rain. There's no thunder, not a lot of instability there, just some driving rain. It's probably coming down sideways with those winds blowing 30 and 40 miles per hour in Duval County right now. And around northern St. Johns County, starting to see a few more bolts of lightning coming through around Pine Bluff in Switzerland. And this thunderstorm is moving quickly towards the east. Right now in Green Cove Springs, like I said, this is the worst of the storm over the next 15 minutes. This is the heaviest rains that you're going to see all day long. And back towards the areas in Putnam County that are underneath that tornado warning, Interlaken, you're getting hammered. This is the strongest storm that we've seen in our southern zones right now in the Interlaken area. And there's the potential for some rotation. When we take a look at where the winds might be strongest in the area around Interlaken, here you can see really high winds, probably a little bit below the 70 and 80 mile per hour threshold since we're scanning high in the sky in this section of the viewing area. But severe thunderstorm winds are anything over about 58, 60 miles per hour. That's where you get the highest winds coming through with this particular severe thunderstorm. So if you're watching us in Interlaken, this is the worst of the storm that we've seen. Potential rotating winds here west of Palatka, and this will be severe once it moves into Palatka, but that's probably going to be here coming up at around 4:15 to 4:20. The weather will increase in severity around Palatka right now. To clarify, around Highway 301 in Putnam County, the threat of severe weather is over there. It's now pushed past you out towards Orange Springs, Lands End Ranch, and the Interlaken area is where we're seeing some of the highest winds and heaviest rains just to the west of Palatka. Those of you in St. Johns County, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to take us through the next half hour as this entire line pushes eastward at a very good clip. So I'm going to draw a line from where the rain is heaviest, and you can see around Ponte Vedra Beach over the next 10 minutes, the weather is going to get go downhill even faster in that area. And by probably 5 o'clock, I would say a lot of these severe storms are going to be off the coast. It might take a little bit longer down around Flagler Beach, but I think around Flagler Beach by 5 o'clock, you're probably going to be seeing some of the heaviest weather coming through your area and working south of that zone. So at least another hour in Putnam and Flagler County to work through this severe thunderstorm that is just barreling towards Palatka right now. A lot more lightning in Putnam County than what we're seeing in Duval County at the moment. So it's incrementally stronger in Clay County. This is not just your average thunderstorm in Green Cove Springs. You're seeing heavy rain. You're going to get at least an inch of rain out of this thing. And once this heavy section moves through Switzerland and Fruit Cove, you'll probably get another half inch of rain through about 5 o'clock. So here we are in Mandarin, Beauclair, through the San Jose area up into San Marco. It is just a messy commute if you're thinking about getting on the roads. I would definitely hold off here pretty soon because of this potential situation. A new tornado warning has come out now for Clay, southern Duval, and St. Johns County. This one is for the storm that I'm looking at right now. This is a situation that's going to last for another 15 minutes as it just kind of gets across the river and comes through. So again, this is the area that I've been kind of focused on here outside of the one in Putnam County. You can see a little bit more lightning with this heavy rain, but whether or not the winds are rotating or straight line, they're still strong enough to cause some damage if you're watching us in these really populated areas. Right now in Switzerland, this is the Greenbrier Road area up through Racetrack Road. If you're watching us in Durbin Crossing, not the time to be outside. You know, there's so many communities here along Longleaf Pine Parkway and up through the Greenbrier area and through Racetrack Road. This is a storm that's growing, and I'm starting to see a bit more rotation within this area. So I want to plot where I think the worst weather is going to be, and we're going to take it from there because this is going to be moving towards Ponte Vedra. And so if you're watching us here in any of these communities, you're going to be rocked by a very strong wind capable of producing winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And when we look at some of those wind speeds in here, I'm going to try to find some of the highest winds. You know, it's not a good situation. This is a storm capable of producing some significant damage in the areas of northwestern St. Johns County and extreme southern Duval County. But basically riding across northern St. Johns County is where we have the storm that's showing some indication of rotation and the potential for severe damaging winds and a tornado as this moves towards Bayard and areas in southern Duval County where the storm has been moving so quickly, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour. It's going to be moving over the next 15 minutes and could be reaching northern St. Johns County. So for those of you in Camden and Glenn County, your severe thunderstorm warning has expired. So the conditions are improving in Georgia. The risk for some severe weather in Georgia is pretty much over now that that most intense part of the thunderstorm has moved off the coastline. So that's good news for those of you in Georgia. The risk for severe weather is over there. And this is our camera at Julington Creek. You can see how the rain is just coming sideways with those winds that are blowing so significantly. Like I pointed out, we're seeing 60 and possibly even up to 70 mile per hour winds when we get these bowing segments coming through. So Areas in northwestern St. Johns County, Loretto, the Greenland area, Racetrack Road, between Racetrack Road and Greenbrier Road is where we're getting a lot of wind coming down. There's so many oaks. It's a very tree-filled area. This is the type of location where we could actually see some power outages going down when those trees come down over those power lines. Again, this is a tornado warning until 4:15. Those of you on Switzerland Point, good thing that some of the schools were allowed to come out early, but 4 o'clock is the time when high school kids are coming out. So if you're a mom and you have a phone and your kid's getting out of high school right now, just tell them that, stay indoors. A car is not a safe place to be in a tornado. It's actually very bad because the air can come under a car. They're good to be in during thunderstorms because the framing protects you from lightning, but not in a tornadic situation. And that's what we're in right now. So this is a thunderstorm where you'll want to find yourself in a secure building because we're seeing a pretty good indication here on the radar that we've got a tornado approaching US 95 and Phillips Highway. Where would that be? So here's I-95, and as we zoom in very tightly, you can try to make out, I think that is Racetrack Road. Let me just see if there's a street name on that, but let me zoom out a bit more. So, okay, so that is Greenland Road is to the north. So this is a tornadic thunderstorm that is going to be moving right over I-95 and 295. So that area in St. Johns County, likely seeing some high winds coming through. When this couplet starts to tighten, that would be even more indicative of a tornado down on the ground. But right now, I just can't say for sure whether or not there is a tornado, but in all likelihood, this is a Doppler indicated tornado where winds are high enough for in this area of northern St. Johns County where we could be seeing a tornado. So this is I-95. 295 and St. Augustine Road. So this is an area where, look at these cars. They're driving in, they're leaving like a boat wake behind it. They're moving through such heavy water on the roads that there's a wake behind it. And you can see the taillights on as they slow down. The last thing you want to do is hydroplane if you do have to drive in these conditions. Keep it slow to allow the most friction between the pavement and your tires.
Great advice there, Mark.
Increase in speed.
We do want to let our viewers know that you are watching the 4 o'clock news on News4JAX. It is a Weather Authority alert day. We have continuous coverage. You see Mark Collins there talking about these winds and the amount of water there, Mark, on the highway. Really a lot. This is, as you said, not the time to be on the roads.
Not the time at all. So slow down. Try to stay off the roads. If you have to be outdoors, it's not a long wait. This is going to be moving so quickly that by 5 o'clock, we're going to be talking about the okay signal. It's okay to be outdoors. Right now, it's not. Here along I-95, 295, we have what looks like on the radar, rotating winds, a possible radar indicated tornado barreling through a very populated area of St. Johns County and southern Duval County. When we see this storm on the radar, it means business. It looks menacing. And although there's not a lot of lightning with it, in fact, here you can see just 3 strikes. There's quite a lot of wind with this storm. And when you get these little sections that bow out like that, it's an indication that there could be some type of high winds or damaging winds. One way to look at where the winds are strongest is we look at what's called shear tracks. And when we see swaths of green and red right here over Switzerland and Fruit Cove, that's an indication that we'll probably have some tree damage or even worse, some problems to homes. So this is a hallmark of a severe thunderstorm and where those winds are high and rotating right here. Let me zoom in because if we've got news crews, State Road 13 and Lee Road, there's probably some damage in that location because that is a really bad situation here along State Road 13, Switzerland, between Switzerland and Fruit Cove.
Mark, we do have some other information we're just receiving from the National Weather Service that circulation is currently tracking over I-95 South. Circulation is heading towards the beaches, and they're asking people to seek shelter there. Again, this is over I-95 South, kind of that area that you were just showing us.
Right. So right here, where the segment is Boeing, is where we're getting the worst damage. I-95, 295. So this is going to be pushing in through the clipping southern Duval County and working through areas along 210. So a lot of these communities around Nocatee, up through Palm Valley, just be mindful that you have less than 10 minutes along the coast before that storm gets to the coast. Bear in mind the storm is moving at like 60 miles per hour. So even if there wasn't any enhancement from the tornado, just the sheer straight line winds could cause some damage. This again is Racetrack Road and I-95, 90 and Racetrack Road, I believe is where that camera is. And it's hard to make out the way the camera is shaking and the sheets of rain coming down. Again, as we get up into areas around Duval County, the worst weather is over in central Duval County. Around Jacksonville Beach, let's zoom in there, because from Amelia Island down into Jacksonville Beach, that's a pretty heavy band of rain coming through. We're probably getting some really high winds there. Those of you on Atlantic Beach, the worst part of this storm is over the Dames Point Bridge right now. And again, we've been talking about this event. It's only going to last about 15 minutes of high winds coming through, but those 15 minutes is enough to cause some costly repairs, especially right here over Bayard. So we have what looks like a tornado on the radar around Bayard. Those of you in 295, the E-Town area, there's a lot of folks that live in this area. This is where we're going to see some damage push through. So again, this is not a storm to take lightly. There's indications here that we've got a tornado. When we look at some things that I look at are these couplets here where you have some rotation right between this area and Bayard around 9A. Here's, as we zoom in, this is where 295 juts down into the E-Town area. This is where we're probably seeing some rotating thunderstorm winds or a potential tornado. A little bit further south we go. There's also another area around Sampson, which is a concern for some high winds coming down, which could move towards the Hilden area on US 1. And Nocatee, you're definitely in the crossfire of this storm. But again, one thing I look for is this tornado, this twister kind of tightening up, and I'm seeing that here along Phillips Highway in the Bayard area, up into the Greenland area. So if you're watching us and you're in the Bay Meadows vicinity, not the time to be outdoors right now, not with this storm moving through your area. So areas to the west of the St. Johns River, you're seeing some improvements right now. It's still coming down. The rain is quite heavy, but as we go back towards the St. Johns River, I think the rain is going to be lightening up a bit more into the Orange Park area, Holly Point. As you get down into Fleming Island, there's no severe weather there. It is raining very good, but where we would get this area is under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the severe winds come from this red. So if you're watching us in Switzerland, Fruit Cove, technically your phone says you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning. But what I'm telling you is in Orange Park, the severe weather is over with. So this warning will be ending from west to east. But right now, the beaches are bracing for what could be a tornado moving through this area. So let's take a look here. This storm is moving so quickly now that it's starting to move over the Davis properties and some of the Seven Pines community that they're building there. And when we zoom into street level, I want to show you some roads here. So here you can see that looks like Butler and 202. And then we go up into Beach Boulevard. So there's Beach Boulevard, as you can see. Very heavy rains coming in Beach Boulevard and St. John's Bluff Road. And then here's Butler. So we've got a couple sections of this squall line. One, it's pretty intense right now, just north of Atlantic Beach. So over the Navy base, you're getting some pretty high winds coming out there. And then right down towards Beach Boulevard, this is going to be increasing along Hodges right now, some high winds coming through. And this is JTB and 295. So you can see that the palms are blowing pretty good there. So let's zoom in to JTB and 295 on the radar screen. And I'm going to get out of the way so I can show you JTB and 295. So here's Butler Boulevard, and we are looking at this area of the storm on the camera. So a lot of red showing up here, and that's the heaviest rain in Jacksonville right now is happening at that intersection over Town Center. And it's only going to be raining heavy for less than 5 more minutes because this storm is now approaching the beaches very quickly. Again, am I seeing any really heavy rains on the west side? No, that's pretty much over with. It's raining in Orange Park, but the heaviest rain has moved on by. It's not going to dry out soon because you can see this rain goes all the way back to Lake City. But the heaviest rain now is east of the St. Johns River in Duval County. So you've got another 15 minutes on Jack's Beach down through Sawgrass of really bad weather, and this will be the worst of it. So we're going to get you into probably like 4:30, and after 4:30, the severe weather will be over with there in the eastern sections of Duval County. So just bear with us for another half hour, kind of postpone getting out on the roads because the worst weather is over the next 30 minutes right here in northern St. Johns County and eastern Duval County. Again, when we take a look at where the highest winds are, we can see that was back here along 295, the E-Town area, up and through places like the Tinseltown area, actually a little bit further east of Tinseltown through Kernan and Beach. You might have some damage there in that streak of red. And if we've got news crews going out, they might want to check out areas around the Switzerland Point area, up through Fruit Cove, and between Racetrack Road, the Julington Creek area. That's where we were tracking that tornadic thunderstorm that
Mark,
has now moved on by.
Mark, you've mentioned as well that the fast pace at which this system is moving past our area. Is that common for it to be moving that fast? And because it's moving so fast, is it more intense?
It is more intense. This is not a common situation. We don't get these type of dynamics that drive storms so quickly. This is a winter storm. Strong jet stream winds aloft are carrying these storms very quickly to the east. The good news is that they're not going to last. The bad news is that they are stronger. And as we head through the next hour, it's the southern areas that are still very unstable. They could have some weather that could be tornadic. Now, those of you in Palatka, you're just on the edge here of this tornado warning, which is a new one that goes until 4:30. So this is a brand new tornado warning until 4:30, and this is targeting areas around Willaca and Panoma Park. So we've got multiple storms to talk about. The one here to the south and the one that is aiming towards Jack's Beach and Ponte Vedra. A lot of high winds coming through this particular thunderstorm. When we take a look at a cross section of this storm, it's basically on the intercoastal, on Roscoe Boulevard, moving towards Jack's Beach. And over the next 5 minutes, this is the worst weather that you're going to get there on the beaches. So as we speak right now, we're seeing really bad weather coming through, and you need to be braced on the beaches. This is video from the E-Town area, and you can see heavy rain coming through. This is almost looks like white caps on the ponds. You can see sheet flow, horizontal rains, just low visibilities, very dangerous situation in that. And that video is what's moving through the beaches right now, because this was taken just minutes ago in E-Town, and now it's working towards Jacksonville Beach. So you can expect sideways rain, the potential for winds that could actually take off carports. And this is a view at Morningstar Marina. We show you this all the time, and it's usually all glory flying, but they took that down in anticipation of the storm. And again, the rain is going sideways across the camera lens as we get these southwest winds just cranking across the area. So again, a very dangerous situation for one of our very populated parts of Duval County, northern St. Johns County. A tornado warning as we speak right now in St. Johns County. That goes until 4:30, so we've got 15 minutes to be braced in the beaches as this particular severe weather system moves through the coastal areas. Again, those of you that are in our western sections of Duval County, notice the severe weather is over with. It is now targeting the eastern half of Duval County, where we're seeing some high winds coming through right now around Ponte Vedra Beach and through the Sawgrass area. And it's actually the worst of the weather has now crossed the intercoastal waterways. So areas around Nocatee, your winds are blowing pretty good, but the heavy rain that has been through your area should start winding down. And Nocatee, it's already winding down around the Greenbrier area, around Racetrack Road. It's coming to just a trickle where we had some really high winds and perhaps some damage in Fruit Cove and Switzerland. So the tornado warning is just now right there along the coastal area. So we've got another 10 minutes or so to just kind of watch the situation in Jacksonville Beach, where we could have some rotating winds. Good news is that around Palaca, we're not under any type of tornado warning. There was one that was further west, and now that storm that was tornadic is just a severe thunderstorm. So it's not quite as strong there, but if you're watching us in Palaca, you're probably getting some really high winds, and those are set to move into Hastings and then eventually along 207 into Elkton. I haven't really talked too much about St. Augustine because the weather has been so bad to the west, but I want to give you folks a heads up because it looks like next 15 to 20 minutes, your rain is really going to start ramping up here for another, like, say, 10 minutes of heavy rainfall. But there's a lot of lightning just in the Elkton area. Let's see if I can zoom in. Molasses Junction. So that area, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 bolts of lightning coming down, and that's going to be moving from areas just north of Elkton into Vermont Heights in Highway 207. So since these storms are moving at such a rate, I would say under 10 minutes for that weather to be pushing into St. Augustine.
I think this video we see here, appears to be the World Golf Village, if I'm not mistaken there, Mark. Okay. And you see the camera there, to your point, really shaking there under the strength of the winds it was. Yeah,
Tarek. So the World Golf Village has been under the severe thunderstorm warning for quite some time, but the back edge of that heavy rain is going to be cutting off. Certainly the high winds it's still quite breezy, but the severe wind threat is winding down in the World Golf Village. It's more to the south. So those areas in Hastings and Elkton, along this whole stretch along 207, where they do a lot of the farming. Not a lot of homes, but certainly there's plenty there just to the east, around starting from Moultrie and up through St. Augustine Beach and Crescent Beach. You haven't seen the worst of the weather yet. That's still out to the west. So,
and Mark, we were talking about the characteristics of the system that's moving through, and we've seen this, all throughout parts of the eastern portion of the United States, and they're in the impacts as well. Will they be in Central Florida as well?
Yeah, so let's take a look here, Tark. You can see down in the villages in Marion County, there's a tornado warning there, and it extends all the way down the state. In fact, when you take a look at how big this line goes, it is a pencil-thin line, but one that packs quite a lot of punch, and it extends down into the Tampa Bay area and Sarasota. So the entire state of Florida is going to be raked by some severe weather. In fact, right now, there's a severe thunderstorm and a tornado warning in Pinellas Park. That's in Pinellas County. And Pinellas County, by the way, is the most densely populated county in the state of Florida. The most intense tornado in Florida was an EF4 that was in Largo. That was back in the 1950s. And it's prone to severe weather, especially during situations in the wintertime, during El Nino years, where we remember back in Lady Lake during, there was a lot. I digress. Let's get back to less facts and more real-time storm tracking. All right, so Palatka, Hastings, you're seeing the worst weather right here. Palatka, you're under severe thunderstorm warning. Not a lot of lightning, but high winds and heavy rainfall. And back around Jax Beach, that tornado warning has expired. So that's good news. It's off the coast. Hopefully there's not much damage there, but the tornado warning has ended in Jacksonville Beach. So it is 4:19. And there are no longer any tornado warnings in our area. But I'll give the producers a little bit of heads up here, because since there are no more severe tornado warnings in the area, we'll probably get back to the 4 o'clock show coming up here.
Yeah, and a lot of the schools made the decision today, which was a smart one, as we were forecasting that this would be a severe weather authority alert day, canceling school districts in some districts, some school districts taking their schools out an hour early. You have been watching our continuous coverage of the severe weather in live time, as Mark Collins has been here tracking these storms in all the areas that they've hit. Of course, we've got our crews out there in the field, and we're going neighborhood by neighborhood and talking to the people in the area and looking at the potential for damage here on this Tuesday afternoon. You are watching News for Jax at 4 o'clock. We're going to be right back after this brief break. You're watching our extended coverage of this Weather Authority Alert Day. This tornado warning has just expired at 4:15 for areas including Palm Valley and areas down in St. Johns County, also in the Jacksonville Beach area. Now we want to go to the downtown area. News4Jax reporter Scott Johnson is joining us downtown. He's monitoring the storm. And Scott, a lot of times when we have a lot of rain come in at this amount and the speed, we have flooding. Have you seen any?
Not a lot, Tarek. It's gotten a lot better in literally just the last 5 minutes since I heard Mark on my earpiece just wrap up that tornado warning. That's when we started to see things improve. I'm going to turn our camera around right here, and you can possibly see out in front of us, we're about to pass under Interstate 95, and it's just dried out very quickly. Still a lot of rain did fall. It was extremely windy in here. The lightning is starting to let up, but we can put some video up for you on the screen right now that it was pounding Riverside, where we spent most of our afternoon. How it started was a lot of dry wind, very windy, and then the rain come in, and it was gray out for much of the afternoon for about an hour and a half. And now here, as I say, since that tornado warning stopped, it kind of really seemed to dry up here. Like it just sucked all the moisture out of the air, and it has started to dry out here. Still gray overhead, but certainly getting better in the Riverside downtown core, where we are live. Scott Johnson, Channel 4, the local station.
Scott, we appreciate that report. We do want to go to Clay County now, where Marilyn Parker is there getting a look at the conditions in that area.
It's been very heavy rain, but not so much a problem for Black Creek. You can see it's not flooded or anything like that, but it's very hard to see visually. Another place it's hard to see is out on the roads. You're going to see a lot of traffic. So many people we were seeing on the roads, lots of headlights there, which is a good thing if you have to be on the roads. County leaders are strongly going against that. They want you to stay off the roads until this storm passes through. Now, if you come back out to us, I want to show you what we pulled up here on Clay Electric. Right now, Clay County is showing about 2,292 people are out. And that is just 30 minutes before this is airing. So those power outages are coming in. We're told that, this was going to be a wind event. Well, this rain has been coming down for at least the last hour or so. It's been very heavy, as I said. And again, lightning and thunderstorms that we're still hearing. So this is something that you still want to be cautious of. Again, if you have to get on the road, make sure you have on those headlights and those windshield wipers, and just be cautious of the other drivers around you. If you can stay home until this passes through, that might be best. In Clay County, Marilyn Parker, Channel 4, the local station.
And looking at JEA's power outage map, there are power outages right now in St. Johns County, in downtown Jacksonville, and in the north side of Jacksonville. We're going to continue to cover this breaking news. News4Jax at 4 o'clock. That continues right after the break.